Hello, and welcome back to Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. I'm gonna try to make this the finale. I've actually started a bit early this time. Give myself a little bit of extra time at the end, assuming things go on longer than the usual amount of stream time. So, just gonna hit the ground running here and keep going with the final timeline. Yeah, there's the lock thing. No question, these are chromatic doors, I guess.
So it seems.
Ah! What? When did you...
I've been here the whole time.
Seriously? I didn't notice you at all.
Oh, I guess your hearing's starting to go. How sad.
Ugh. So, what do you want? Why are you stalking me?
I'm not stalking you. I just followed you here.
That's pretty much the same thing. But how did you do it? You were totally silent. Are you Batman?
I already told you I'm not. Remember? Back in the AB room when we met?
Yeah, actually. He also jumped super high, all the way up to the ceiling.
Right. Aren't you curious about that graffiti?
You're deflecting. Graffiti? Oh yeah, that. Memento mori, if the ninth line ate the sun. Did a kid write that or what?
Why do you say that?
Well, they managed to spell ninth wrong. Who puts an E in there?
You're right.
Then again, maybe it means something.
Do you know what it means? The Latin part.
Hey now, give me a little credit. Even I know what memento mori means. You see it all over the place. As far as I know, it translates to something like, be aware of death, or remember your mortality. Never forget that we all die someday. It's sort of a cautionary thing.
What about the other part?
It's exactly what it says on the tin, right? Some sort of conditional about lions and suns. Anything come to mind?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. What about you?
Me? Well, let's see. Memento mori, the ninth line ate the sun. Repeated the words over and over in my head, but nothing. Whatever they meant, it was beyond me. But perhaps phi. Latin.
Huh?
Don't you know Latin? Maybe you can figure out more of it.
Well, I know a little. More than most people, I guess, but I'm not an expert.
Then how'd you know that phrase? Lapsum semel occasionum non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere.
Oh, that. That's from, this.
She unpinned the brooch from her chest as she spoke and held it out to me. I hesitated for a moment, then took it.
Look at the back.
I turned it over. So I guess the I is pronounced like a J in Latin, huh?
Yeah.
What's this?
A memento of my late mother. Well, I guess it's something like a memento.
What does that mean?
She died right after I was born. I was raised by foster parents, and they told me where the brooch had come from. Apparently, it was the only thing my mother had left behind.
What about your father?
Don't have one. I guess you could say I was a bastard. I never saw his face, and I don't know his name. I don't even know if he's alive.
Oh. Couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just handed her back the brooch.
That phrase got to be almost like a prayer for me. Whenever I had to make a tough decision, I'd say it to myself. Sometimes I'd just repeat it over and over like a chant. Before long, I had it memorized.
Is that you, Axel?
Got me interested in Latin, and I started studying the language. Lapsum semel occasionum non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Sounds nice, doesn't it? But it seems kind of funny now. I mean, look at us. We've done what Jupiter can't. We can find our lost opportunities. That's why I followed you here. I thought it would be a good idea to talk to you about all this. Alone.
Yeah.
There's something else we need to do too, though.
Find the number 2 bomb.
Exactly. So we should get going. I'm pretty sure the bomb isn't in here. There's nowhere to hide it. So...
Saying we should go somewhere else?
yeah. Well, come on, don't just stand there. We need to get a move on.
Without waiting for a reply, she turned and started toward one of the exits. I followed. The archives. Good place to hide a bomb. Now how the hell do we start looking?
I doubt it really matters. If it's here, we'll find it eventually.
So what about the Jupiter stuff?
We can talk while we look. Now get started.
Turned to a corner of the room and began to look while I spoke.
I'll start with a conclusion I've come to. Our consciousnesses seem to be able to jump through time. No, sorry. Through time isn't really accurate. It's more like we move through worlds.
Worlds?
Yes. I don't mean physical planets in this case. Talking about a whole different universe, really. Parallel worlds.
What?
Do you know about the many worlds interpretation?
Well, kind of. I think I've heard it once or twice.
Oh, well, I'll just explain it. Let's say... I don't care what it is, but could you move? Scratch your head, cross your arms, put your hands on your hips? Anything?
Had no idea what this was supposed to explain, but I did as she'd asked. Oh, very important thing. Alright, we're gonna be a rebel.
Interesting choice. You clapped your hands, right? But you could have chosen to cheer or blow a kiss, right?
Blow a kiss? I wouldn't do...
The details don't matter. Just talking about possibilities here. Now, maybe there are other Sigmas in other worlds who did all of those things. All of these worlds and realities are branching off from one another. The choices you could have made branched off from the moment you decided what you were going to do just now. Every moment you make a decision, another universe branches off, on and on into infinity. Each of those branches is an alternate world, a world where a version of you did something different. Haven't you ever thought about what life would have been like if you'd made different choices? What if you'd gone to this high school instead of that one? What if you hadn't started a study group? What if you hadn't told that girl you liked her? What if? What if? But are those what-ifs really just what-ifs? Or are there other worlds out there where you did those things anyway? That's the many worlds interpretation in a nutshell. I've simplified it a lot. Doesn't have to be human actions, though. I just used your actions to make the explanation easier to grasp. The actions of a cat, the flight of a bee, the movement of a microorganism, even fluctuations in air temperature. All these can change history.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second here. I'll let microorganisms slide, but there's no way that air is conscious of anything.
Can you say for sure that you are?
What?
All of your actions are caused by the cells in your brain. If we go down a little further, then you could say all of your actions are the result of atoms or electrons, or smaller particles we haven't even discovered yet. Are those atoms and electrons still you making a decision at that level? How different are you from the air? I'd say not much. Human existence is just one part of reality. Falling in love is like a tulip blossoming. A tulip blossoming is like a tornado forming in South America. See what I'm saying? The only thing that really matters is the action of the most elementary particles of matter. That's where history happens. That's where universes branch out. Hey, you stopped. Are you done with that shelf?
Oh, no, not yet.
Well, keep looking while I talk. How familiar are you with quantum physics? Never mind, don't answer that. I'll try and keep it simple for you. Let's see. Hey, hand me that box, will you?
This one? Sure. Handed the box I'd been examining over to her. She set it down on the desk and opened the top.
Also... Ah, there's a stuffed lion over there. Perfect. He's part of Felidae, too.
With that, she grabbed the lion and tossed it unceremoniously into the box. She also took a weight and an ink jar and put them in next to the lion.
Alright, everything's ready.
Ready?
Remember that book in the crew quarters about Schrodinger's cat? It relates to all this stuff I've been talking about. Anyway, come look at the box.
What about looking for the...
This'll only take a minute. Now look.
Shrugged and peered into the box. Apologies.
What do you see?
Well, there's a stuffed lion.
From now on, that's a cat. A living cat. This is important. Got it?
Yeah, it's a cat meow.
Oh man, this again?
Sorry. I can't help it.
I find that hard to believe. Ugh, maybe I can just ignore it.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Alright, what else do you see?
Oh wait, that's not even pond. And a jar of ink.
Right. Now the weight is going to be radioactive material, and the jar of ink is full of poisonous gas.
What? I'm getting out of here.
Idiot. It's not really full of gas. This is just hypothetical. Imagine that it's full of gas. So, what's the weight?
Radioactive material.
And the jar of ink?
It's full of poison gas.
Exactly. Good work. Now, there's one other thing you need to know about the jar. If it's struck by any of the alpha particles the radioactive material emits, it'll break. These particles are emitted randomly, but there's a 50% chance that one of them will come into contact with the jar over the course of an hour. So let's close the lid. And pretend an hour has passed. Here's the question. Is the cat inside of the box alive or dead? You can't open the box to check. And you can't hit the box. Obviously, you can't shake it either. It's also been soundproofed, so the cat could be howling up a storm in there and you'd never know. Basically, you have no idea what's going on inside the box. Do you remember what happens if the alpha particles hit the jar?
Breaks, gas fills the box, the cat inhales it, and death will whisk her away.
And what if the jar doesn't break?
The cat lives to tell the tale.
Haha. And what are the chances of either of those things happening?
About 50%.
Uh-huh. So, what's your answer? Is the cat alive or dead?
I can't possibly know.
Then guess. It's not hard. Alive or dead?
The cat is, pause for dramatic effect, alive.
Nope. You're wrong.
It's dead?
That's wrong too.
Then what's the right answer?
The answer is that it's in a state where it is neither dead nor alive.
What? How does that make any sense?
It's an extrapolation of something we see at the atomic level. We don't know if an atom is spinning upward or downward until we measure it. Before it's measured, those two possibilities coexist. But as soon as the measurement is taken, obviously, only one possibility is the truth. That's what's happening with the alpha particles, since we can't know when they were emitted or where. We only know the probability that they'll impact the jar, because we can't observe anything that's happening in the box. That becomes the entire system. In other words, the box is like the atom. We don't know how the cat's life or death situation has resolved itself until we look at it. Until we do, it's just a bunch of possibilities. Do you get it? If the cat in the box is possibilities.
And it's both alive and dead.
Right. So, let's open the lid. And when we do, all the possibilities will collapse into a single truth. Meow. What a relief, huh? Looks like the cat's alive. Anyway, that's Schrodinger's cat. The many worlds interpretation is one theory for explaining that weirdness.
There's another world out there where this cat died?
Yeah, that's the idea. Looks like that cat tick of yours cleared up.
Yeah. Well, your story was pretty insane.
Insane?
You don't think so? Just the idea of something being alive and dead at the same time. If the moment the lid is open determines whether or not the cat's dead, then it's almost like the events in the future can determine the past. I mean, the cat doesn't die when you open the lid, so it must have already been dead.
Exactly. You've experienced it, haven't you?
What on earth are you talking about?
Think back. Remember round 2 of the AB game? When you chose Betray, what was my vote?
Ally.
But what happened this time?
I chose Ally and you chose Betray.
Right. And both times, I put in my vote a full minute before the deadline. When did you push the button?
Right before the deadline.
I see. Well, that makes this a little easier to explain. If you chose Betray, then my vote was Ally. If you chose Ally, then my vote was Betray. But I made my choices a whole minute before you made yours. Don't you think that's strange? You do see what I'm saying, don't you?
And my choice in the future altered your action in the past?
Yeah. From your perspective, there's no other way to interpret it.
Now that I thought about it, round 1 had been the same. When I chose an ally, Alice had chosen Betray. And when I chose Betray, she'd done the opposite.
Look at this die. I found it over there. Let me give you one last example.
As she spoke, she tossed the die into the box and quickly shut the lid.
All right. Answer this question. What number is the die on?
1, maybe?
Okay. I'm going to open the lid. Good job. You got it right.
That was just a fluke.
Was it?
Huh?
Let's think about what was going on before I opened the lid. What number was the die on?
1, of course.
Haven't you been paying attention? The die is still a collection of atoms, isn't it? I don't think you can reasonably suggest that it was made of some different kind of matter.
Wait, so you're saying that before you opened the lid, the die was on all the numbers?
Uh-huh. That's one way to look at it, at least.
And when you opened the lid, it was just one number?
Or it might have become that number when you declared which one it was.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Your choice in the future has an effect on the past.
That's crazy.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. We got a little off topic there, but I think I made my point. Reality separates off into an infinite number of branches for each and every possibility. You and I seem to be able to jump from branch to branch. Of course, our bodies aren't doing the jumping. Our consciousnesses just sort of dive into other versions of ourselves in other worlds.
Whoa. I think I get it now. That's how you knew my name, right? You jumped in from another world. That's how you knew all those other things you shouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's the best I can figure out, at least. Unfortunately, it seems like we don't retain all our memories when we jump. Maybe we only remember particularly important things. I'm not sure how it works, but whatever the reason, it seems to be fairly limited. And often, we don't seem to remember jumping at all. Things will just sort of pop up.
That's when someone asks us how we know X. All we can think of to say is just, I just knew.
Yeah.
What's causing this then? I don't remember ever doing this before, so why would it start now?
If we knew that, I don't think we'd be having so much trouble. It's just...
Just what?
Well, I'm pretty sure it has to do with why we're locked up in here. There's no way this doesn't have something to do with whatever Zero Senior's trying to do. Why would he have left that Schrodinger's cat book in the crew quarters?
You aren't kidding, are you? Maybe this is some sort of huge Schrodinger's cat experiment. And all 9 of us are locked up inside the box, right? Meow.
And what if you've got it backwards?
Backwards?
We're outside of the box, And the rest of the world is inside.
And the moment we step out of this place,
Yeah, we might be determining the history of the world outside.
no way. Had 1,000 other questions, but before I could open my mouth to ask them,
Oh, good. There you are. Did something happen?
Yes, we found it.
found what?
What do you mean, what? What else could we find? The bomb! The other antimatter bomb. The number 2 bomb is in the control room.
Well, at least you saved us the trouble. Is this it?
Yeah,
This is one of them, all right.
And it's number 2, apparently. At least we found them all now.
No. There could be more. Like Kay said, there might be a number 4 bomb out there. We have no way to know.
Did you tell anyone else about this, Clover?
well, not really. But, I wasn't the first person to find it.
Who was?
Kay and Luna. After they found it, they came to the infirmary and told the rest of us.
Who was in the infirmary?
Everyone. Tenmyoji and Dio were there. So were Alice and Quark, of course, although they were still asleep.
So everyone who wasn't asleep knows about the bomb. I see.
Yeah,
There's nobody else here, though. Where'd they all go?
right after we came here to look at the bomb, they all left. They were going to go look for you two.
What about Alice and Quark?
They're the same. Still sleeping. We checked them out just to be sure, but they seemed fine.
That's good. Fine, I looked at one another and let out a small sigh of relief.
Oh, right. I checked everybody's bracelets when we were in the infirmary. Did you want to know what they were?
Well, it took her a moment to explain. Alice was a green solo, and Quark was a blue solo. Dia's bracelet made him a yellow pair, and Tenmyoji was a cyan pair. So, what are our options for groups?
The next set of doors to open are going to be the white doors. That means we'll have to mix our colors so that we get white.
If I laid out what that would mean. Option A. Phi and Tenmyoji would pair with me, red. Kay and Dio would pair with Quark. Clover and Luna would pair with Alice.
Huh? There's only one option?
Yeah. Any other combinations don't make white.
What about Alice and Quark? Luna said it's going to be a while until they wake up.
We'll just have to carry them. The secondary doors won't open without 3 bracelets, and if we can't open them...
Yeah, we'll get penalized.
Exactly.
Don't worry about Alice. I'm on her team.
You saying you can carry her?
Yeah. Well, I can get Luna to help me.
True. I'm sure she'd be happy to help.
What about Quark?
He's on Kay's team. There shouldn't be any issues there.
Well, we still need to figure out what we're going to do about this bomb. Alice said we should be safe as long as it's not triggered with the remote.
Maybe, but we can't just leave them here forever. I mean, if they go off, then everything in like a couple 100 kilometers is gonna get fried.
Wait, a couple 100 kilometers? What are you talking about? That bomb should only have about as much explosive power as a ton of TNT. Which is nothing to sniff at, but that's nowhere near the kind of view you're talking about.
It could be. What if these bombs are just like the detonator?
Oh. Oh! You mean there might be a bunch more anti-hydrogen around here somewhere? Yep, right over there.
The reactor.
Yeah, there is supposed to only be 18 antimatter reactors in the whole world. If that's one of them, then there's a lot of anti-hydrogen.
How much is a lot?
3.5 kilograms.
3.5? It's like 10,000 times more than Alice's 350 milligrams.
If there really is that much, and if it does explode,
Then we would be looking at an explosion roughly 10,000 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima.
No. That's insane.
Wait, Clover, how did you know that?
Know what?
That stuff about antimatter reactors.
Well, that's, during my training, they...
Training for what?
My job?
Ah, of course. Didn't realize waiters these days needed to memorize how many operational antimatter reactors there were worldwide. Or how much fuel each of one of those reactors might be storing. You don't work at a cafe, do you?
Did you hear about that from Alice? Oh, well, she's right then.
Why are you using antimatter reactors at a cafe?
That's, what we call the coffee machines.
What? Are you fucking with me?
I'm telling you the truth. I work at a cafe. It just might, be a kind of fake job to divert attention. I think they call it a cover.
Then what's your real job?
I'm sorry. I really can't tell you anything else.
Why not?
It's classified.
Classified by who?
The government?
The government?
That's right. Alice said it was her job to eliminate enemies of the state, or something. So you two do work together.
Oh no! Check your bracelets. How much time do we have left?
What are you talking about?
How long until the doors open? Come on, quickly!
Damn. You were supposed to have met up 5 minutes ago.
I'm heading back then. Remember, we're supposed to meet at the infirmary. You guys hurry back, okay? Bye!
Hey, you haven't... Damn it. And she's gone. Fine, she's right, you know. I need to get going.
Hold on. I need to check something really quick.
What?
Oh, there you are. You're late. What were you doing?
Nothing.
When we arrived, everyone else was already back. Park and Alice hadn't left, of course. They were both sleeping soundly. Any traces of the madness we'd seen earlier are long gone.
Clover told us. You've seen the bomb in the control room.
Yeah, with our own eyes.
So what the hell should we do? That makes 3 bombs.
Well, we have to do something. They're bombs, for God's sake.
There's a quick and simple solution.
Really?
Remember what Alice said?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
So, if we have the password, we can deactivate them?
Whoa, hold on a second. That's great and all, but we need that password input device she was talking about. Without that, we're still boned even if we did have the password.
Not a problem. We've resolved that issue.
Huh?
Show them.
I nodded and pulled it out of my pocket.
That was in the safe in the control room.
Exactly. We didn't have any idea what it was at first, but I figured it out. After Clover left, we tested it.
Turned out I was right. It fit perfectly.
Couldn't get it to do anything, though. Plugged it in a couple random characters, but all we got was an error.
Still, I'm sure this is the thing Alice was talking about. We just didn't have the right password.
But why was it in the control room?
Do you think Zero Senior put it here for us?
That would suggest it was also Zero Senior who set up the bombs.
Doesn't that seem odd, though? Zero Senior wants us to play the nonary game, right? So why would he set bombs?
Maybe he wants to blow this whole place up if someone commits some crazy violation of the rules?
That doesn't make sense. Our bracelets already have poison in them. If someone breaks a rule, all he has to do is activate their bracelet.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, whatever the case is, there's one thing we can be sure of. The person who set these bombs is one of us. Whether or not that person is also Zero Senior isn't particularly relevant at the moment. But what is relevant is that they know the deactivation password. If we can figure out who that person is and question them.
We can get the password and turn the bombs off.
Exactly. That would be my quick and easy method. So fess up. Which one of you set the bombs? Not that I expect you to do that. So, we're going to be checking everyone.
Checking us?
Yes. Once they're set, the bombs are controlled by a remote. It stands to reason that whoever set them has that remote.
So you're gonna search us for it?
Yes. But no buts. If you refuse, that implicates you. Do what I say and you'll be fine, assuming you are actually innocent. Understand? No reason to wait. Let's get started. Anyone want to volunteer to go first? No? Alright. Let's see.
Wait.
Huh?
You only need to search one person.
What? Why?
Because I figured out who did it. I know who did it. The words were out of my mouth before I'd even realized I was saying them.
How can you... There's no way.
Yeah. Met Fi's gaze, nodded, then turned away. I know who set the bombs. That person. Is you, Dio.
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
High on life. Okay, this does play out all exactly the same. I realized, like, yeah, it's all like the same dialogue. It's gonna get different here in a moment.
What, hoping I might spill the beans? Nice try. Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Well, I'm not a medium, but...
A medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Wait. Stop. Threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned.
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go!
He continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him go. Shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started trying to pry his open.
Hey! Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
By then, the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then, he refused to stop. With his increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand I had grabbed to his mouth.
You don't have a choice. Luna, go get the soparil.
No. Put him to sleep, we can't get what we need out of him.
You think I don't know that? What other choice do we have? Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this.
Ugh. Shit.
What are you doing, Luna? Go! Right. Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die! Go ahead! Tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right! You're gonna...
Oh, for God's sake. Luna, shut him up. Right, here goes.
How much time do we have left?
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open?
The same.
So, what do we do?
Put in the password and stop the bombs.
We searched Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Well, only one option left then.
Yeah, and that is?
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
That's... Are you suggesting we just guess?
Hope is not a strategy. Do you have a better idea?
Well, no, but
Wait, there's another way.
What is it?
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
We all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me.
Right.
The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it. We're done.
that's it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. Before I could blink, she was gone. Gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? We'll see you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good? Couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Phi. Okay. So what do we do?
Get the input device ready.
Alright, done. All hooked up and everything.
How many minutes do we have left?
Well, they'll go off when the doors open, so... 21 minutes.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though.
Bomb number 2 is in the control room on floor B. Bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden. So, just need to hurry, right?
Yeah.
So, what are we supposed to do? I mean, you do have some sort of plan, right?
Well, it's not like I don't have one.
Then stop being so mysterious and tell me. The hell am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump.
To jump?
Yeah, to another world. Another history.
I can't.
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah. I did, but that's... I mean...
You just have to do that again.
So you're saying I need to go to another history and get the password out of Dio somehow?
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Yeah. Damn it. This is so confusing.
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
Okay. I get it. See you later then. Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time. So why should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue. I can't control them.
Neither can I.
That's a problem. All right, consider this. Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one, but our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
You saying I might know it already? I just have to try and remember it?
Yeah, I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
I stared down at the input device. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. Alright. It's time. I think this is the first one that we actually got. It's been a hot minute.
Good job. It worked.
Phew. Sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
So, you knew the password after all. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You heard it in another history? Just what
Yeah.
happened in that other timeline? Never mind. We don't have time for that. How much longer?
18 minutes.
Good. We've still got time. Come on, let's go. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
So we're heading to the control room?
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done?
Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Hey, what the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No way. I'm sure I did it right.
Try it again.
Yeah, nothing. That password's no good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yeah, looks like it.
Shit!
Vi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
You mean like a different history from the other one I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Another history. Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to.
Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it.
Yeah, guess so.
Don't scare me like that, all right?
Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. Just couldn't remember it at first. Then it kind of just floated up. Or maybe it drifted down.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
You don't sound very amazed.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb. It's
It's in the garden.
right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
Ugh. Make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go!
She spun around and was gone. Gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her.
Finally. The last one.
Yeah.
How many minutes left?
Less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input device?
Yeah. There we go. Connected.
Okay. Go. We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
I'm gonna remember another password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
But
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right?
that's not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lightning is not gonna strike twice or thrice in this case, I guess.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the 1st and 2nd times aren't charmed too.
I guess so.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other worlds too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway,
Yeah. I'll give it a
I'm
shot.
counting on you.
Password. Remember. Remember, Sigma. Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it. You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma, you can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. That is a B. Making sure I read my notes right. I think if you fail to input the password, then you get like a quick bad ending, and then you can just go back and enter it again. But let's not do that. Yeah! Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! Ah, that feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. Like it's just going to melt and dribble out my ears. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Isn't this great? Fi? Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. I really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you just like I promised. I mean, just a swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but... Are you even listening to me?
I am. You said you wish there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really.
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something too, just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
Felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly, I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Florby warehouse. No. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
Shit. We only got 4 minutes.
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Right. I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after... What are you just standing there for? Go, show me where the bomb is.
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me.
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh shit, you don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. The hell are we supposed to do now? We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
Hide something important.
Right.
Hide. I was Dio, where would I hide? Ah!
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
Could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time.
Here?
Yeah. Should be between these two AB rooms. Good, I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit.
Hurry!
Hurrying as fast as I can. The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? Couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. GDQ. It stopped.
Yeah.
Fine, I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. Guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
Just what?
about that swimsuit you promised.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. Ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Fi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Well, if we hadn't, you would have known by now. Yeah, I could have done it in my sleep.
Don't
Sorry, in my
leave
sheep.
in your sleep.
I totally misread it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time.
What? Huh?
You're disgusting.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah, I'm set.
All right, then let's move.
At Temioji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. Temiya, Jufai, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
My eyes! My eyes! What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors.
Welcome to the sensory deprivation room.
The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q? What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Well, I guess it is a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door. But you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
You still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
Right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Seek a way out. Okay. What are you supposed to do here? The room's empty. Hey, do you hear something? Huh. How much you want to bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should go have a look. Who knows? No, we're playing Minesweeper. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. See how you find the winning panels. When you select a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. I gave you a little example there. So it is effectively Minesweeper, except we're trying to find the mines. The hint that appears on the side of the cube is different for each side. Well, if the exit's the north wall, then east, south, and west. The hints are on the side that is opposite the wall. In other words, the direction of the wall that you're facing when you're looking at the side of the cube with the hint on it. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. There are a total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. So, you can tell from where I was clicking here. I knew where the first this first set is. I don't have them all written down though, so we'll have to actually do a little bit of sleuthing. I think, well, let's see. Did I might have written down a more abridged version of the notes. Interesting. So let me see if I can do this. Yeah, okay, yeah, those are the solutions. So let's go east. Why are you telling me this every time? I believe that is a 2x2 grid. Okay, there we go. So I need to find where the other one is. So there's like there's a 2x3 grid right here, I think. Oh, I think it's in the ground level. Let me try this. Okay. I think there's still another one on this side, though. Let's see if I make sure that I'm missing anything. Let's see. So we've got this one. That one has. Wait. This is 4, so that means all of these ones have to have something on it. No, that's not what I want. Can I not select that? Is that just not? It's not even letting me choose that high. I have 4x1. That is definitely a 3x1 grid. I probably misinput that on my notes. Okay, so we got some hits around here. I think this one's like a little L-shaped block. So like a reverse L-shaped block over here. And then there's the safe. I think there's just like a I'd say 1x1. It's just like a single block around here somewhere. Yep, there it is. on the right wall. Okay, so let's see. Let me just do a quick head count here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there should be 2 on this wall. So I've got a 1x2 and a 1x3. So it's just bottom left corner. Let me input that one first. Yeah, okay, that tracks. And we also need to find the 1x3. It's probably going to be inside. Well, no, okay, it's definitely on the far right side. I was gonna say it's gonna be inside this thing because it's the actual puzzle that we have to do that in. Yeah. Okay. So we have unearthed all of the puzzles. So we're gonna go around and do them all. So this shows us the pattern that we're trying to make here. So it's a V. A cabinet? Yeah, you can call it a cabinet. It's, got spaces for holding stuff. All right, here goes. Don't. This is reinforced glass. Only 2 shells. Okay, wait, how do I actually do the puzzle? What am I missing here? I'm not going to use that yet. Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously. Damn it, I can't remember. Man. I missed the thing. I don't know why we can't do that. Let's see, can we do this one? They're darts. Oh, there we go. It's darting time. Okay. Dart puzzle. Oh, there we go. I remember seeing this before. Oh, that's not what I mean. Just that this board is a little different from a normal dartboard, you know? Alright, so we're aiming for a score of 100. With 3 darts. But yeah, it has to be 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 red in that order. Whatever. Time for some darts. Okay. I don't like the
Find a way out.
Triple 13. I believe it's the double blue. Well, 14 blue. Yep. And then triple red. The 11. Maths. Piece of cake. Also, does the system have any way of telling if you like are cheating at throwing the darts? Like, can you just like walk up to the board and just like shove them in?
You just did.
Oh, no. He did it legit. They're talking about it. I'm a fair man. It's great and all, but it's open. Great. Now we can get the memory card. Should I have worn a cat suit? I think I just threw up a little. Don't you mean just you up a little?
No.
Where's a sweatsuit?
A sweet suit.
Okay. How do you actually activate the puzzle for this? I thought it was already active. Try clicking on this again, maybe? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, this is the input panel over here. Son of a bitch. I'm saving the best one for last. And by best, I mean worst. Last doors, they're open. Alright, let's get our memory card. Yeah, but what's in it? It's that binder. It says Q Chamber Special AB game. We don't need to look at that right now. It's not all that important. Tweet. Hold up. Looks like 4 purple books. Nothing written in here. Well, they say dice on the spines. Waiting for them to notice that. They would have noticed it before. Oh. I guess that's it is important. Wait. Hold up. Nope. That's weird. Oh, that's very interesting. So, you remember the dice puzzle that we did before? You might notice something a little different about the clue that we got for this one.
No cap.
What?
Nothing.
We can see three faces on each of the dies. So they have to be in a specific orientation. It's not just the top face and the color. Oops. I'll read that again later.
Lied as naturally as
Really?
he breathed.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, so So yeah, I should be able to look at the picture, because the other thing that's also important is you have to figure out where in the grid the dice go. So it's like 3 down, 4 over for the green one. So it's where the red... I hate this. I need to make sure that I don't, like, back out of it accidentally. Again. Because it's particularly painful in this instance. So we need a 2 on the top and a 1 and 3 on the sides. That's the correct loop. We need to get it in the correct orientation, though. I'm definitely very much a... Don't need the 3 on the bottom side, don't we? Yeah. No. Yeah, I need that, but 1 tile up. Frickin'. I keep on getting it into that position, and it's killing me. Need to figure out how to get. Let's see. That's not it. There we go. Yeah, the right place. My God. Oh no. I don't remember how I did this. Still not the right place.
What are you trying to get faced up?
I'm trying to get this, but a tile up from where it is right now. No, not gonna.
Have you ever thought that maybe you're looking at it backwards? Maybe you're trying to get it in one orientation, you should be getting it in another.
Second, let me show you this. So I need. So if you're looking at like the top right line, right? We need 2 on top with green on the south face and 1 on the east face.
Maybe this one's the one that's supposed to be the 6 with the 2 faced down.
What are you talking about?
Because there's 2 of them in there.
Yeah, but they're in specific positions.
Yeah, I'm saying maybe this one can't get that, and it's supposed to be the 6 with the 2.
You're talking about just the other die?
Mm-hmm.
Like lost. So I need it in this position, but it's not in the right orientation. Okay, that's the wrong. I don't have the 2 on the right face. There we go. Okay, 6. That's 2 down. It should be here. And then... Oh, well, there you go.
Don't you hate when you accidentally solve the problem?
I need 2 on the bottom. Yeah, like that, but 1 tile up. Not on the 4. That one's good. Now I figure out which blue one we need. 5. Let's see. Not the orientation that I need. I need 4 on the bottom. So I need to. This might not be the right die for it. Okay, that's what I need, but I need to move it 1 tile over. I need to get the 5 in the loop. Now it's like 1 cycle off on the vertical. Damn it, it's one thing off again. On getting into that same position where it's 1 off. I think what's really annoying about this one in particular is that you might have I feel like it should be possible to like get it with any position of the other dice, but like sometimes it just feels impossible to get it without moving, you know, 1 into a different place. Need to get, yeah, that, but just 1 freaking tile up. Man. Giving me a lot more trouble again. It is about this stupid. This is by far the worst puzzle in the game. Like, it's just fucking diabolical. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, wait. Oh, that's exactly where I need it to be. Cool. I need 1 on top with 2 and 3 on the side. I need to... This is where it gets kind of annoying. Nope. Get me away from those fucking dice. Okay, we have all of our memory cards. Alright, now let's go have a look-see at AB Game Q Edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally. 3 people will definitely choose Betray. One is Mysterious Mirror Man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 6 with 9 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. Us, A and B, are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. First move, I move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next moves the solos C, D, and E to the blank areas under solo. A pair and a solo assigned vertically with verses will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you've placed them. Results of the match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. And of course, the note tells you what you are aiming for. So I'll do the file password first. So the mirror is C. A always betrays, B always allies, D always allies, and E always betrays. So I'll move D over there. So yeah, like there are multiple solutions for this because, you know, like D and E are both interchangeable with each other. Where's the... Oh, do I have to vote? Let's see. Wait, where's... Do I not have the actual vote on here? Let's see. It says push, right? I said, well, actually, I said D always allies, right?
I couldn't follow. You're talking a bit too fast for me.
Yeah, I you know, instructions unclear. You know, I should have included more instructions. So C does the mirror. Wait. Did I mess this up? I have a feeling, yeah, I don't think I did the right thing here. I think because D's gonna get the right number of points. Am I supposed to betray the first round? I'm probably supposed to betray the first round. Oops. My bad for incomplete notes. Let's try this again. So B and D should both, yeah, B and D both, they're gonna ally with each other, but they don't have enough points to get up, and then A and E are just gonna keep canceling each other out. In the other rounds. And then I ally with C, and that'll get me enough points. That's interesting. I did not Did not write that part down. I wrote down the, you know, combinations. Okay. Okay, so this one's like much easier because these two always ally with each other, so they're gonna make it out in 3 rounds. These two always betray each other, so they just don't do anything, and then I just ally all 3 rounds with C, and that will get 6 of us out with 9. You know, it'd be nice if it just like left the things in after every round. That way you don't have to keep putting them back in. There we go, we did it.
You found a way out. Almost.
Good work. Should this be? You found a safe password. Woo! We are officially done with puzzles in this game. Clap, 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 clap.
Clap, 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 clap.
Alright, and the other one. No, no, not the dice. Shit. Completed. You know, it's a real shame that nobody goes into this room on the other timelines. I mean, in most of them, we don't even get to this point. Because the bombs go off, or, you know, people are dead, or...
Everyone's dead.
Two star key cards. It's Excalibur. Oh, thank goodness. Quark's gonna be okay. Nice keys to do the trick. A lock. Prepare to be unlocked. Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1. You found it.
Huh. It opened.
We should get back to the Floor A warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. It sounded like something turning on. See, I told you. This screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
I think there's literally like one thing that I could potentially need my notes for at this point, and I have it memorized, so...
It looks like an authentication.
Oh, hey, look, it's the one thing that I would need my notes for.
I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. No, it's eating Moldorm. We've been over this. Memento Mori. Remember death. The ninth lion ate the sun. Red moon. Insert coin. Oh, we're going through all the lions. Eating suns. That one is a bit obscure. You didn't really pay close attention to the pond and the garden there. Of course, this was the real ninth lion. But that was the case. Brain blast. There aren't going to be that many of those left. All right. Kurashiki jump. Oh, that's not right. Backspace. You have to actually go to the next line. It doesn't just automatically. Jumpy jaw. All right, I can officially put the notes away.
Sigma. Look.
It's just novels from here on out.
Yep. Oops, all novel. What a novel concept.
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. They've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
Temioji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
Closed his hand around it. Empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment. Oh, please. A sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you are all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
What do you mean, the past? Though with the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Temioji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
It took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world.
Are you gonna tell me about Chinese rooms? Because I've already heard it.
The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however,
Termites.
we may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions.
That's right. We're playing 4D chess, bitch.
Doesn't that at least seem
Always have been,
possible?
since the start of time.
I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a
Thanks,
fourth
Akane
dimension,
hologram.
I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before. It probably sounds silly to you, a ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Gang, I'm on to you, game. I can see you playing, the morphogenetic sorrow theme.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
That little girl was me. Suddenly, it felt like Phi and I were outsiders trespassing on something we had no right to see. Clearly, you haven't played 999. I mean, get with the times. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion. I think it's supposed to be taut. right? That's a typo. As he looked into Akane's eyes.
Yeah, it's supposed to be taught.
Seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead?
Yes.
Sigma, Phi, you will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji.
Also, I just want to point this out. I'm pretty sure, like, she had to have rigged at least, like, this round of the game. In this specific timeline, so Tenmyoji would be with us.
I can't imagine how she would be able to do that. It's totally not like she's part
She's
of
like in
Zero
control
Junior.
of, you know, the whole game. Yep.
I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait! Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. Saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Phi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way up to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. Gave Luna the accelerator that I'd found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely.
Okay, I don't want to, you know, bring down the mood, but what about the rest of us?
But they should be fine.
It's okay, there's still a vial in the lab, we just have to remember it. And the IG replicator.
Good.
We'll remember it.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corner of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered. Dio. Where had he gone? Didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
Coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. Glanced over at Phi to see she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the 4A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically, me, Phi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default. left me find Hemioji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
It doesn't matter now.
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try to betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the A-B game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh, well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
Yeah, it would be nice, like, if the game had a clause where, you know, if everybody's already voted, it just ends the round. That would make it go by so much faster.
The AB room on the left. One of the
That
other
actually
histories
could be
she-
true. Our boy's just a little,
Oh yeah, you're right. Connie's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time? Schrodinger's cat.
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead, Sigma? Fine. You will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I know what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet. The
Huh?
history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
Wait, no, that's impossible. We already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't.
that doesn't
opened
mean
the
that
box.
it aren't in a history where her body isn't somewhere else.
We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her.
Exactly.
The hologram was a recording.
Exactly fine.
The next time we meet,
Oops.
I
Oopsie
will
daisy.
tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Is that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? What? A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? You thought this was just gonna be a normal ending, didn't you?
But it was me, Dio.
No, Dio's been knocked out.
Oh, actually, you stop and think about it. That is actually, it's actually what happens.
Yep. Oh, look. Oh, shit. We're going to go back to the timeline here for a moment. We'll just, like, appreciate the beauty that is, like, all the
Literally
bombs.
being completed.
It's like, who planted the bombs? All right, we know who planted the bombs. Bomb 3, bomb 2, bomb 1. Oh, shit, there's also a bomb 0. Bomb 0. Q, and then we've also got the one for putting in the ID and password, so... It's fun, but hey, wait a minute. That's like before we started. Ugh. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Find a way out. Away.
Seek a way out. Who the hell are you? What the hell's an AB room?
Damn, I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. All alone in the moonlight. I remember. You're Phi. She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP's 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? Gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary
So I have a
doors opened
throbbing
last
headache
time.
from when I was hit.
I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. You're right.
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Then...
Right. We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here, fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
We don't need to look there. This is our past, remember? Sorry. Had to do it for posterity, you know? Oh, shit, it was a star. My bad. It still works. I mean, of course it would. No, that's the wrong password. Need the other one to get the key. Wait, why is the file not there, though?
Because it wasn't put in there until now.
When would it have been put in?
In a different timeline.
And by whom?
It was put there in a different timeline.
See, that doesn't jive, though, because we're before the point where it splits. Congratulations on breaking it, hero. Goodbye, causality. It was nice knowing you. There, it's open. Get the cracker. What the hell? Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. This is the keyhole. I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it. Push it. Press it. Press it. I'm going. Why are you counting down from 10?
Sigma has a weird fetish for timers, apparently.
Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. Took us only a moment to spot them. Akane! Behind her was Dio. He's moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi, what the hell are you doing? Get down here. Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air, and drop-kicked the ever-living daylights out of him.
I didn't know she's a Totokatsu hero. Makes a lot of sense, actually.
He's fine, just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I bet you would have done the same. Her footsteps coming to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
And then I accidentally stabbed her in the
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes.
You know, the worst part is that we know that she has experienced all of that.
Although, that reminds me,
Of what her powers can do.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes, indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? You knew he was gonna stab you. Why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
So that you can stop him.
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary.
Some of you may die. That is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Me and other timelines is willing to make. I'm kind of a dick in those timelines.
Increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from a slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting...
Nope,
Every
my bad.
single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the AB game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this, so Fi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. And let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died. So has Fi. So have you. Why would you do all this? What does it matter if Fi and I jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You were all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah, I'm
The
sure
fate of
you'll
humanity
figure
as a
it out
whole.
eventually.
What?
All right, let's dispense with hyperbole. No, the fate of all humanity.
Just
No, literally. You know the 6 billion people that died to Radical 6? 8 billion will die if I don't do this. But aren't you killing trillions?
No.
Shut up, that doesn't count.
You don't quite have it right, but
Future not very far from now.
bullshit. It's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, I kind of knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? You've got plenty of time.
No, in a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Logomorph.
Yes. Logomorph?
Rabbit.
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Logomorph. Logomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that? To maintain the illusion that nothing happened.
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
Wouldn't you feel that, like, at some point?
Maybe. If it's tucked into your shoe, you'll just feel like there's a weird lump in there, and you may not notice it.
See,
You'd be surprised at things you get used to and don't notice.
I feel like that's the only way that it would make sense, because otherwise, like, it's gonna be like, why do I have this, like, key tied around my ankle?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Okay. Wait. I still... Oh, it does like the ominous, game over sound. When realistically, it's just like, okay, now go forward to the next part of this, linear part of the narrative.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Oh, so you're finally awake. Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
Looked over at Fine, met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Spoilers?
What am I? Top liver?
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are
And that's when he gets slapped back out of his consciousness.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP. That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for
You've
more
been
than 2
unconscious
hours.
for an hour and a half.
We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes, of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time, but no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally. And now all of us have enough to leave.
You know, it would be really disconvenient if it ended up being the 3 people who are unconscious right now in one team.
That would be really unfortunate, but I'm
We
guessing
know it was gonna happen.
Akane probably figured that out somehow and made the team
She's
assignments
Akane.
such that
Yeah,
wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all our BP past 9? Because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we've been less suspicious of one another. And also, like, Dio's been knocked out
I was going to
for
say,
a while.
being knocked out probably helped the most.
But the bombs had something to do with it. It all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Rank up! Which I had to admit would also be somewhat ironic. For all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him.
Akane probably planned that.
What Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
No, she absolutely knew about all of it.
Come on, let's
That's
go.
Akane. She's a 5th dimensional being.
Wait, what about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we'd escape and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
All right.
But wait, we have unfinished business. Sigma, the key.
Let's get going.
Tu fui ego eris.
I have a feeling something's about to happen. I say that knowing what's about to happen, though, so... Like, kind of?
Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Get on with it! Everyone else swallowed and nodded. Grabbed the lever and pulled it down. We getting out of here with this one.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell him twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked like sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. I ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went in. Okay, if PEC was so good, why didn't they make a PEC 2? The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means if we want to go out, we have to decompress so that we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. See all those suits along the wall? Figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yes? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we're all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
I mean, not necessarily, but, they all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. Someone likes to be dramatic. That's why we're going outside. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
How sus.
The desert, I guess?
Yeah, sure, it's a desert of a sort.
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Do you? Do you really?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars. The sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive, much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It's hard to see the details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon.
That's no moon. Unless you're referring to the thing casting the shadow.
Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The
At which
moon's
point
shadow?
it was the moon.
I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot. And brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No. No way. That's the Earth, then where the hell are we? Sigma, just put two and two together.
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface.
See, I feel like they cheat a little bit because, you know, the lunar surface wouldn't look like your traditional sand in a desert. The color, just due to the contents of it.
We were just inside a moon base. No way.
So about that air on the outside, no, there's no need to worry about that, because there is no air.
No, you've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity?
Well, you're not going to believe this, but actually, shouldn't you kind of be feeling it right now, since you've been cured?
The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it. Actually,
See, that looked perfectly normal.
you know what we could do? Does anybody have a feather?
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
Excuse me? What?
I'm a robot.
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the
Beep,
Accelavir,
boop.
which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely
Oh, I guess that's the explanation.
So symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well,
I mean,
Radical
that
6
also
can
makes
slow
sense.
down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters.
Half a second.
It will take approximately
Sorry, 1 second.
to
Yeah,
hit the ground.
sorry. Math.
On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of
The difference would be
gravity.
so tiny you wouldn't even notice.
The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if
They'd appear to fall at normal speed.
To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back.
Huh?
You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
Seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth, and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something.
It hasn't been a few days. It's been, like 50 years.
This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
No. That's insane. That would mean we were adopted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world.
So, fun fact, just in case you were curious, there is going to be a solar eclipse on January 27th, 2074.
They have those timed out to
I mean,
Six millennia for now.
it's like he said, it's not that hard to figure out, and you can just like look it up, and that's what they did when they were making the game.
On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada.
Hey, wait a minute. That's not what it looked like.
On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth, and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April
And it's never came up before.
Where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions.
Well, most of the people here wouldn't have known about it, and the others that didn't were pressed into silence.
The few humans who were left,
I understand. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I forgot who I was talking about.
times.
Yeah, like Clover and Alice, both didn't know. Phi and Sigma obviously had no knowledge of the stuff that happened. Luna had to stay quiet about it. Tenmyoji, Quark did too. I guess Dio technically didn't have to play by the rules, but obviously had an incentive to.
Or rather, he didn't
disrupt
have an
things.
incentive to tell anyone.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's a better way of putting it. He wanted to disrupt the game, but
because how could he turn around and tell people, yeah, the Earth is dead, and like have them believe him?
Yeah.
Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? So one thing I'd just like to point out before we get too far away from this point, they actually foreshadowed this in Quark's ending.
Yeah.
In the screenshots that they show you, the sky is red.
And on top of that, it's also not the moon. The moon is tidally locked to the Earth. It always is facing the same face to the planet. That doesn't look like the moon.
Well, I guess it would depend on like if it just doesn't look like any possible orientation of the moon visible from Earth, but
well, there's only one orientation visible from. I guess two.
Well, where you are on the planet determines which part of the moon you can see.
The top or bottom, yes. Because like the face that's facing us right now, when it spins around, that same, and it's on the other side of the planet. That same face of the moon is facing the Earth. It's fully tidally locked. It doesn't rotate compared to us. So you only see the same face, and it doesn't have the scar going down and below. The scar goes from the left up to the top.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it's definitely not how the moon would look. Anyways, but why were we there? Why were we then? So lost in thought, I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma, I think I figured something out.
A window popped up in the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma. Knock it off. Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time. See?
Not gonna lie, I completely forgot this one because I don't think I wrote it down.
You need 6 E's to get that.
Okay, but what if the man on the moon rules the infinite Tim?
So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousness
So, what are you getting at?
My god, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours.
You remember that one diagram that we got, you know, a while back?
I think they're planning to send us back.
You're a bit more specific.
Way back.
But wait a minute. You saying that you think they're gonna send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Temioji was talking about?
I think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period. Before it, actually. So I bring us here and then send us back. Because now you know about what you need to do.
Now you know everything. You rule the infinite time, because you're the man on the moon.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on. What are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following closely behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We were going to have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? Actually, let me just cut off the rest of that sentence. The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
Akane?
I'm going to then. So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Ah, shut up. Shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. That, we headed back through the airlock.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course, but the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah, anyone who went through the number 9 door could have done this at any time.
Yeah, figured that was how they ended up getting back.
All doors
that.
other than the number 9 door have been opened.
Well, I have a question. Can you access this door from the inside?
I'm not sure about that part, but anyone who went through the number 9 door could certainly access this. Yeah, the grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. I thought we might skip, you know, the... the moving dot, but no, we had to get it back in.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. See the keyhole in the grave? I just insert this here. Pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. Twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. The quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
And out jumped Link. Hiya!
Hiya!
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah. It's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
Glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. You couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1, defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right. Cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. Use something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Mizukani's like an ice cube?
Think so.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered
What do you remember?
everything.
Okay,
I
now
was
you're just
born
being
and raised in
cheeky.
this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one.
Of course she would pick the 9th one.
Well, I suppose the other ones
Of
don't
course.
really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential.
Like pulling back a slingshot.
With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes. I suppose I should explain. Very well.
This is what Akane's really good at, isn't
I'll
it?
try and do so
Replicating
in a
history
way you
that
can
hasn't
understand.
happened.
First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, Your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking, as I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
You're really good at math.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, it would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust.
Okay, what if we were reduced to even crazier space dust?
This history exists because of your presence.
I have a joke I want to put here, but it's a joke, so I'll save you from it.
Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl.
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, we headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio, his real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to
Third
stop
game
the
says
AB
this
project.
is a lie.
So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline.
Here's the problem, though. You know, Dio was only playing 3D chess, not 4D chess.
In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9, hence the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left.
Are you saying that you aren't left? Because you're not.
Okay.
That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Yes, you could say you're very close to one of them.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Yeah.
For those that don't get it,
No,
K is Zero.
no, don't say.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I saw a hologram. Still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00. Unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. Glass is still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
I laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. Never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? Didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tube of curarine, and that was the end of that. But wait, the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse. Who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
Akane Kurashiki.
It has been so difficult not saying anything about that for like the past hour and a half.
I wanted the magical girl sequence. And I was gonna joke that she was Zero Junior. Or K was Zero Junior.
It's you, June. I mean, Akane from... But you're old.
Yes.
I mean, he's
that's
also
correct.
old.
I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
I barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. Felt like all the air had been knocked out of me. And it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse? Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the third AB room, and then took Dio's to the fifth. After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
I love how they lift this specific image from another ending. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me.
Sigma, you're forgetting about the box.
In this timeline, at least. In this
That's
one,
not
I
how
wasn't murdered
Schrodinger's
by
box
Dio.
works.
How isn't it?
You two saved me.
Because the waveform is both at the same time until it collapses.
It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions
Like literally
in the
both.
future
You can't.
decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved.
It's
What happens
it's
then?
K in the armor, aka the person that we just found in the pod.
Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
So for anyone who's still confused, she's in the armor, in all of the Cyan Door timeline, and it's, you know, I'm just gonna call him K for now. In all of the other 6 timelines through the magenta and yellow doors.
That's why he acts so differently in this one.
What about the memory loss?
Let's just say she was faking.
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Okay, guys, like they even put him in the same like jumpsuit. Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma?
Okay, same outfit? I know that was a contentious point in the last game, but...
Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? Didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the
But you can get the lottery numbers.
from 45 years ago.
Oops, you won the 18 annihilation reactors exploding. Looked around frantically. A pond. Ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge.
There was mirrors in this place.
Yeah, but they were conspicuously like fogged over. I did try to
Glazed,
look. I
yeah.
did try to look at one of them. That like the one in the infirmary. My heart was hammering inside my chest. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. Struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, peered into the pond looking for my reflection.
Are those narcissus flowers?
No, they're skunk cabbages.
Okay.
What? No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma.
How's the hair staying perfectly horizontal?
Yeah, here are a couple things. So, for one, how did I guess okay. I think somebody does make a comment about his eyesight being bad. There are also multiple other times throughout the story, like Fi does it at the very beginning, where she calls him like old man. Dio calls him senile in one of the bad endings.
Yes.
And then there's also like, I forget when this one happens, but someone also makes the comment about like his hearing going. And then there's also the time when he mentions to, I think it's like Dio, Tenmyoji, and Alice that he's working on a PhD. And Alice says, "You must have been working on that for a really long time, huh?" So those are like all the hints that they drop throughout the game that he's not as old as he thinks he is. Now,
and it also makes a lot of the
they try to
weird
dance
puppies
around
be
the
creepier.
they try to dance around the issue with like the why didn't he see his face anywhere? You know, with the fact that it's like, oh well, the mirror's clouded over, but I feel like he probably would have been able to see it in a reflective surface somewhere, like this pond, for example.
Although to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years.
When Sigma
from
says
now.
he's around 5'8", she says, "You look like you smoked some cigarettes."
Well, and that's also why, in addition to it just being sort of a generally creepy thing to do, why all the women react
Yes.
as strongly
Yes.
as they do to his advances.
Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
The other thing that I'm going to point out, now that we're at this point, and this is, this cat is out of the bag, but I'm Tiss. So I called this on my first playthrough. And you want to know how I called it? The
Yeah,
cat
I think you
puns.
mentioned this. Yeah.
Well, like, for literally no other reason than, like, it just wasn't lining up for everyone else, really. And it's like, okay, I could see them doing the twist of it being him, and he's also doing the same cat pun. Like, he's doing the cat pun thing that Zero Jr. was doing with the rabbit puns. So basically, and keep in mind that I did the Schrodinger's cat thing at like the very beginning. I had this hunch running for basically the entire game. So when I got to this point, it was like the ultimate feeling of vindication.
Oh, apparently one of the devs said that if he touched his own eye, the robot eye, it would feel like a regular eye to him. So
His
he
brain
can't.
would like filter it out.
Yeah.
What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the
He's not possible.
It's not true. I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit.
Oh, hi.
I did not.
Oh, high five. Oh, high five.
isn't going to do you any good.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Please,
I'm not a doctor.
you will be
Sigma, you're working on your doctorate.
a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Klein, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself.
Okay, but question. Why is he wearing the same exact outfit that I am wearing right now?
So that I can mind screw you right now.
23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
And that's why, the cute little Kid K wearing the armor is in fact canon. Although I feel like that would be a pain, because you'd have to like create different armor as he grew up and got bigger.
I mean, he could also just be a single suit of armor, and he was controlling it like a, I don't know, like it was a robot.
Some like, Iron Man, nanobot armor shit. But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Don't act like you didn't plan that out.
Yeah.
Sigma,
Oh.
take a good look at this.
Look at this graph.
It's an illustration.
Remember, time is a
of
flat
time
circle.
jumps that
Yeah.
consciousness is
This
making.
doesn't really look exactly like a circle to me.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074.
You are here.
That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down.
Which also means, you know those timers and the watches? Those were a lie. I mean, not necessarily a lie, but
Well, they were slowed down.
they were scaled to our processing speed.
So yes, 36 hours of real
Akane,
time.
why are you setting these clocks up?
Okay, but you know what? I just had an interesting thought then, though. Because I guess Dio probably just set the bombs based on when he, knew the white doors were going to open. But that wouldn't have been 30 actual minutes.
They actually explained that she had access to the bombs in this timeline.
But
Well,
to
because he
you,
was unconscious.
it
So she
only
reached down
seemed
into his
like
pocket,
14
pulled out the
hours
bombs,
40
and
minutes.
mucked with the timers.
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
That's when we first arrived here.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
To the past. Point A. December 25th, 2028. The day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from my point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating?
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path, with one exception.
There's a branch. This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
Day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out? By jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D.
Like I said, 4D chess.
In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction.
Again, this is Connie's
and undo
superpower.
The horrors of the last 45 years.
Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that C is January 27th, 2024, just today. It's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon, yes.
What's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that, thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness like a bullet from a slingshot.
How do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced.
She walks up and flicks your forehead.
That can jumpstart.
You're not that far off. What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Chekhov's gun! It's actually from not that far ago.
Well, it's still Chekhov's gun.
Yeah, it's still Chekhov's gun because they set it up. She's like, I'm gonna take this, yoink. No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fly! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving towards Vi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. Felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui, ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Those brilliant fucking bastards. Like, you know this whole loop thing that we just explained? It's that.
Mm-hmm. Can I just oh god, the joke is the thing that actually happens is she missed with the knife. If I knocked it out of the way and kind of landed on top of you, then Tenryoji came over and kicked your ass so hard. And that was the crisis that sent you back in time.
You know what? I believe it. Also, Akane Kirishiki, 67 years old. Wait, they just spoiled the epilogue, I just realized. That one voice credit.
Yeah, that'll happen. The epilogue is only semi-canon, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's not spoiling canon or anything, so it's fine.
But yeah, so that was Virtue's last reward. Have you enjoyed the crazy ride?
Shit's whack, yo.
It is very whack. I feel like there are not that many people in the world who could conceive of such an off-the-wall plot and actually make it work. So, I guess I can give some of my thoughts in the game while I have the time here. So I have like a sort of complicated relationship with this game. I feel like, you know, the way that this game is constructed, you know, you have to like jump between timelines, you're trying to find information, can lead to an unfortunate situation where I feel like you're pretty much guaranteed to not get the best experience of the game the first time that you play it.
Mm-hmm.
Because what inevitably happens, right? Because you have 9 different endings. You know, we're talking about a game that's like 30 plus hours to get through. Is, you know, your first playthrough is probably going to go pretty well. You're getting a lot of new information. You know, so there's a lot of stuff to kind of keep you interested. And then, you know, eventually you'll probably run into a lock, right? Because there's only like 2 endings that you can get right off the bat. And so, you know, first time it happens, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, okay, you know, I'll just go and try a different timeline. But eventually, like once you get sort of towards the middle of the game, it will slow down a lot. And depending on how much you know, realize you can skip with the skip feature, you'll be retreading over a lot of stuff that you've already seen. Now, I mean, technically all of the different endings, you know, they are different, but like, as you can tell from like just the amount of stuff that we skipped, you know, there's kind of like the 3 major branches from the first door, that have a lot of the major differences between the 2 of them. Like, you know, a major one being like, you know, Akane is alive in the Cyan Door timeline. But, you know, there's a lot of overlap in the middle. So until you start actually getting to the endings, you know, the amount of new content that you actually get to definitely slows down a bit in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I think is still good is like once you get towards the end, no matter which way you went about things, it'll pick back up, you know, as you actually start getting the information that you need to unlock the locks, and then you start getting to the actual endings, and you know, because by the time you get to like, you know, the end of the game, like if you sweep across most of these, you know, there's, you know, the bulk of the content, right? You know, like you have the first 3 escape rooms, and then like this is the point where it really slows down, right? Where you have like 9 of these escape rooms, you know, 3 of each of the different color doors. You got like the first and second AB game or AB rounds of voting. And then, like, because if you notice, like, you know, you go through, like, all these timelines, like, you don't start hitting locks until either, like, just before the second round of AB voting or, like, after the second round of AB voting. So, like, there's a lot of stuff to kind of sift through till you start getting, like, down here on the timeline. So, you know, if you're just watching this playthrough, it's like, this is kind of the way that I thought, you know, it's like, okay, if I had been able to play the game this way on my first playthrough, I feel like it would have been better. But obviously, because of the way the game's constructed, there's no way for you to know unless you've, like, looked up basically a spoiler-free guide that just said, hey, do, you know, the yellow door first, and then, you know, then choose, like, ally, and then you go down the green door, and, you know, like, unless you basically had just a list of instructions on which things to do with no context, like, there's no way for you to really know how to play the game optimally your first time.
Yeah, that's kind of in purpose, though. When you hit a lock, you can go right back to the lock where the lock stopped, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that doesn't hurt as much, I think, because if you hit that lock, it's going to take the same amount of time to go from that lock to the ending attached to it.
If this game worked the way that the original version of 999 did, then it would be an absolute nightmare. So I think I might have explained this back when I did 999, but in the original DS release, you couldn't just, like, jump to points in the flowchart like you can in the Nonary Games collection. So when you wanted to do another route, you had to start over from the beginning. Granted, there was a skip button in the DS version too, but you can't skip the escape rooms in that version. So yeah, if you couldn't just jump around the timeline like this, it would kill the pacing of the game. But I feel like once you get to the end, you know, like, just getting all the mysteries laid out, like, it's still just as satisfying. Although we're technically not completely done yet, so let's go ahead and do this before I kind of give my final thoughts on the game, because they're going to kind of depend on the context of
does she actually kill Sigma there?
The remainder of the content. No.
Okay.
It's basically just putting him in a life or death situation so that he jumps.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of static seemed to fill the entire room until, with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me.
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Oh.
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes, I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct.
We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? It's Phi.
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are, and she still is.
And that means after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body?
Yes, the point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she
My
doesn't
head
look old.
hurts.
Yeah, so like this is the explanation of why she hasn't, she's not old.
Wait, but I thought the point of sending you back in time was to stop it from Radical 6 from happening.
Mm-hmm.
My brain hurts.
Yeah, so she's going back too. She
Yeah,
already did. So the version that's in sleep here is the version, like her consciousness after stopping it. Although in this timeline, that didn't happen. But
oh, so because I actually get that.
So why don't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
Sigma, you have to like invent cloning and prepare the AB game or project and all that jazz.
You have to prep this future?
Yeah.
You have to spend
he preps his future and then he jumps back into a different timeline because he has to keep this time loop information loop happening. But then he's free to leave and go and stop the timeline.
Well, yeah. So like it's before the branch. So basically, what they're doing is they're sending him back in time so that he can create a branch where none of this happens.
Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets.
They're just like colored doors. What's so hard about that?
Electrical engineering. It never works the way you want it to.
No, you're talking about mechanical.
I'm both.
Don't get the wires crossed.
Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the 3rd AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out, and you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
It's funny you say that. What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
She's God. She needs her angels to do her work for her.
So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical 6 escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Ah, crap. And we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a
Dad
great deal
explains
of
so
danger.
much.
But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
But did he What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point. A woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye. What the hell? Suddenly, a low rumble shook the building. What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed.
I have a question. Is Akane or Sigma more powerful? Because she's like...
End or beginning. Probably Sigma.
Because Akane is like the puppet master on top of the termite hill. But Sigma's the termite that can actually go back up and back down.
Mm-hmm. So now we're back.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Oh, sorry. We're not back.
Kyle.
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
Lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. Wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
Another excellent question, one I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klein was. In other history, I'd been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in this life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Klein? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. A spitting image of Sigma Klein in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
How does he know this?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right. Mr. Klein!
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened.
Congratulations. This is the bad timeline.
Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not going to change.
And Akane's alive, and Tenmyoji's alive. They finally get to be happy together, and they're not going to do it, are they?
That we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road. But about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually, they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted.
What continent would that highway be on?
America. It loops on itself.
Probably like Asia.
Oh, yeah, potentially Asia too, yeah.
America wouldn't... Well, maybe if you went from like South America to North America somehow, but...
S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness...
Something happened they couldn't have predicted. They met the Spanish Inquisition!
Yeah.
He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure.
Projecting?
That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories, friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that?
But they didn't.
The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Look, Back to the Future wasn't real.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Yeah, this is a different type of time travel.
Yep.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear.
It's actually just going to start a new timeline, and that new timeline will...
Yep. That's the whole goal, is creating a timeline where this doesn't happen.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Vi, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see him again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course, he is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
Was she ever human?
Yeah, see, this is the point that I kind of disagree with.
Clover and I were just pawns.
Because, like, is he just imagining a version of her that never actually existed?
I mean, the last time you saw her, she put you in a life and death game and used it to save her past so that she could continue to exist. In fact, she might be the reason Radical 6 was released in the world.
She's not.
No, I mean, because in this timeline, Espers are more powerful. So because Espers are more powerful, maybe stuff happened because Espers are more
No, it's not that.
Yeah, it is...
Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand, but...
Kinda sucks, though.
Now you're stuck here and they can't go back.
I mean, Sigma and Vi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical 6 and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
Well, only some of them do. Not all of them.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Ten Myoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But...
it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
So, this fact might be kind of glossed over at this point if you didn't remember, but this is why she can't contact Snape.
Even if
because he's been dead for anywhere from 45 to...
You know, it's probably hasn't been that long, but, you know, it's pretty likely that he's not alive at this point.
It just doesn't seem fair.
Oh God! Imagine if she contacted him and he's like, "Who are you? Yeah, I'm gonna go."
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Alice isn't an Esper, though. At least not as far as I know.
Different. How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies.
But she can piggyback off of.
How's that?
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
I don't know if they ever actually fully explain that beyond that.
They don't.
that was kind of left ambiguous.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Yeah, unless they make a fourth game, they didn't do anything with it in the next game, so it doesn't exist. Because this is only semi-canon.
Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Also,
have I told you about termites?
There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However,
Ten Myoji saw this in the one he left with Quirk, I think.
I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Rude.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or common or ramen. I'm not a Cayman
God
either, so
damn
you
it,
really
Phi.
don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep, you wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate
hurts
the
my
Mars
head.
mission test facility.
It's completely normal.
Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to
So
swap
she's a
places.
self-referential.
And you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared
What does that have to do with
is
anything?
usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to
What does that
1.
have to do with anything? It just hurts my head. It's just like I'm
Skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying?
She has a point. She's just, going into excruciating detail on the physics explanation before getting to her actual point here.
In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Well, that's the thing. It didn't.
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
It's above your pay grade.
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I shall
Sigma's a high tier god.
You are not Kyle Climb.
Look, Sigma, I can't give you spoilers.
Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not.
This is an advertisement, Sigma. I mean Kyle.
Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or
Buy our
could you
game.
be someone else entirely?
Then where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. Is
Nope. My bad.
I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely
This also doesn't
necessary.
make sense.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
Man, this really is a Freaky Friday.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Only you can
Actually, in
save the world.
termite hills.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
my final message. Save the world.
Alternative end.
Yeah, this is super not canon.
This is,
Apparently.
yeah, this is the part that is the debatable canonicity, because in order for what happens here to have happened, you have to, like, Sigma has to jump here from this would be before the Mars mission test site, and then he sends Kyle back, which is not what happens in the actual
in canon
game beyond that point. But this is also kind of the second major reason why, like, when I finished this game, I wasn't exactly sure what to think of it, because as you can tell, this story feels pretty incomplete. Like, they're setting up the sequel hook real hard there.
And then they don't use any of the hooks they just laid.
No, they do.
Well, no, just that the part with Alice and Clover doesn't happen.
Well, yeah,
it was never
they
planned to
don't
happen.
follow up on that. I mean, they follow up on the whole Mars mission test.
Yeah, that
thing.
But that's part of the base game. Like, that was kind of hinted at in the ending. But this part, nothing they say there makes sense, except for Tenmei. Everyone else is kind of like, well, here's the next game, go buy it. Maybe the stuff happens. Apparently, the developer says that this part's metafiction and whatnot. This is an alternate, and it's not part of the main timeline.
Yeah. But
so this is a timeline that never.
The point that I'm trying to get at, though, when it comes to this game specifically, is there was a point, probably right around here, when they're explaining all the stuff with the timeline, and they're like, "Oh, all of this was to send you back to the Mars mission test site," and I'm just like, the game is ending, right? Like, there's no way that they're going to include that is part of this game. And of course I was right. So it just kind of leaves you sort of unsatisfied. Like, even with all the stuff that they do explain here, this isn't the end. I mean, this is an end. But, there's clearly more. And granted, I, played this after Zero Time Dilemma came out. So I didn't have to, wonder if the next game was even going to exist. Because that was the thing people had to go through. Because the sequel wasn't greenlit right away. Like, fans had to push for it to get made. But yeah, so it kind of left a weird taste in my mouth, like, after all was said and done, where it's like, okay, the game kind of had, like, some pacing issues, and then, it starts getting good, you start getting, like, things revealed, and then you get to the end here, and it's just sort of, this is not the real end.
The end is never the end.
The end is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. So, in retrospect, going back and playing it now, like, you can kind of, like, iron over those wrinkles a little bit. I can appreciate the game for what it is. Like, for taking the groundwork that was laid by 999 and just absolutely going ham with it. Like, 999 has 5, debatably 6 endings, if you count, like, the coffin ending, which is sort of like half an ending. This one's just like, yeah, how about we have, like, 9 major endings and then, like, a bunch of, bad endings. Along with, like, if you look at the flowchart for this game compared to 999, it's like night and day for how much more game this is. But I think in the end, what I really like about this is that, like, it expands upon the idea of, having different timelines and taking, learning information in one timeline and applying it to another. Like, they do a very good job of laying hints and stuff that, like, if you've played another timeline or if you've played the game before, you can pick up on stuff, and there's greater context for you to appreciate the story. So I think in hindsight, this is probably my favorite game in the series.
Yeah, I've read about the third one. It's
So I'm not planning on doing that right away. I will do it eventually, and I will reserve my thoughts for that game. For when I actually play it. So
yeah, it's very specific. Let's put it that way.
Oh, hey, we're doing the thing again. Yeah. We're jumping back to the beginning because that's what it does whenever you get spit out of a timeline that doesn't have a continuation.
I'm just imagining now is just like it's just starting the game and being like, wait, fuck, I jumped to the wrong spot. Yeah, we need to get out of here now, and like, I don't know.
Yep, but in any case, I should end it off here. So we ended up going about 4 hours, and I need to get ready for bed now.
Yeah, you'd slept.
I hope you have enjoyed it.
It's fun.
It's been a wild ride. So yep. Until then, thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.
Goodbye.